Hello, 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 hello. Happy Thursday. Hello, how's everybody doing? Oh, I'm a bit too... Whoa! Whoa! Hello, how's everybody doing? Welcome in. How is your Thursday going if you're American and you're here and you're hiding away from your family? I hope you're having a good Thanksgiving at least. Hello, hello. Ken, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, how's everybody doing? I went back to work yesterday, and one of the first things I see is that they want us. So I have to travel next week for work. We're doing like a company-wide thing in Germany next week, because like part of my company is based in Germany. So we're doing like a company-wide Christmassy thing in Germany next week, and they're like, oh, ow, hope. My boss was like, I want my boss is like the chief of staff, but she's like there's not many people in my company. But anyway, she was like, I want everyone to do presentations next week, a 10-minute presentation about your work, your job, something in your job that... I'm like, I have 3 days to come up with a presentation! I just don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna do like, so like working in finance, you basically have like, instead of having like weekly tasks, you have monthly tasks. So I think I'm just gonna do like average month of a finance assistant, or kind of that kind of thing. I don't know what else I can do. And I'll just be like, I had 3 days. Unlike y'all who had over a week. I had 3 days. So that's gonna be me. But yeah, how's everybody doing? I also had a very stressful day yesterday. I will tell you all about that in due course. Ken, thank you for the 45 stream streak. That's a long stream streak. Yeah, so I was just like, what the fuck? And I still don't know what I'm gonna do. But I started working on it, so I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to do 10 minutes. The thing is, I actually feel a lot better about public speaking now. I think because of streaming. You know, like I'm constantly, like with stream, you're like, as much as people aren't in the room with you, you're still talking to a lot of people. You know, like I've had like hundreds of people in my stream watching me, and I'm like, what's 10 colleagues when I've had hundreds of people all over the world watching me? My YouTube, I literally have nearly 1 million views. I'm not even kidding. Jeff, welcome in. How are you? Popping in just to say what's up, not staying for long, even though I don't celebrate Thanksgiving like I used to. Still gotta do some family bonding. No worries. Thank you for lurking, Jeff. I hope you have a nice day with your fam. Yeah, hang on, let me go on my YouTube. Hopefully this doesn't start auto-playing anything. Okay, it doesn't, thank God. If you go on my YouTube and you go on the more info, this is my reaction channel. I literally have 908,000 views. So, like, public speaking to me is not as bad as it used to be. We'll see how it actually goes next week. But considering how many people watch me and stuff, I'm like, you know what? This is fine. This is nothing. I take it they won't accept a critical breakdown of the Wicked game. I don't even know if I could give a critical breakdown of a Wicked game. I think I would just laugh the whole time. I started another show. Yesterday. It only started airing yesterday, so it's like the first episode. I'm watching it as it airs, called Burnout Syndrome. And it's about this guy who's an artist, and he's trying to find a job. He can't get a job. He's really struggling. And then he goes to this bar called Burnout or something, and like he meets this guy But he's not the guy in the pairing. So I'm like, what's going on there? And then his friend is like, I got you a job. It's being an escort. So he goes to this job. And the guy he's like escorting is like, you like raw meat, eat the raw meat. And he's like, I don't like raw meat. And he's like, eat the raw meat. And then he like tries eating it and like throws up. And the guy's like, you will eat the raw meat. And then he like this guy is like, I'm not gonna eat the raw meat. You're a little bitch. Starts screaming at him. And then the guy runs away. So the guy who was doing escorting stays in the bar that he was in. This isn't the same burnout bar. This is a different bar. And then this other guy sends him a well done steak. And then it's like, I've got a job for you. And he thinks it's like escorting. And then he goes back to the guy's flat. It's not escorting, but this guy goes and has a bath. And he thinks that he wants him to join him in the bath, and he doesn't. And it's like, I don't even know what's going on. And then he just like gets out the bath right in front of him. Dick and all just out there. And then this guy goes home and paints his dick, and I'm like, I don't know why I'm watching here. Still don't know what the job is that he wants him to do. But yeah, that's why I started watching yesterday. There's also a new Korean BL which I haven't started watching yet, which is like Cousins. I don't know why we're doing that. Yeah, no, like he's an artist, so he goes home and paints him, but specifically pays attention to his dick. That's what I mean. Not like paints his actual physical dick. That would be a bit weird. I mean, I don't know. Whatever floats your boat. Maybe it's not that weird. No, not a body painting thing. No. Anyway, that's my update. Actually, it's not my final update on Yumi because I got something in the mail today. I'm really not beating the allegations if Kirsty gets something in the mail every day, because I also got something yesterday, except I didn't actually get something yesterday. I was supposed to get something yesterday, but instead I got an empty parcel. So say welcome in, Harry. That is literally me. Yesterday I was supposed to get a Danmei called, hold on, 300 Years of Longing. Didn't get that yesterday. But what did I get today? This turned up and it was sealed. I have never had something arrive to me in sealed plastic as a book. I've never had a book sealed. Because it's that 18 plus. I can't show you the inside. It also has parental advisory. Let me see, actually. I'm sure I can show you the inside. It's not totally all. But there's quite a lot of it. Sealed for my safety. No one else's but mine. Say, how are you? Hope is stealing my blanket. I'm trying to... Okay, I can't show that. Trying to find like a nice page where you could see some of the stuff that's not dodgy. It's not so bad. Basically, as you can tell, this guy's a Yakuza member. And this guy's a doctor. I've read this already. I got it today and I read it. I mean, I've literally already read it today. I've already read it like illegally. And this is it finally being published in English. It's really good. It's only one volume. I love it. Although I think they're working on a sequel. Not really sure, but it's good. I enjoy it a lot. But also it's the sealing was right. It should be sealed. No children should be opening this. Miss the parental advisory tag, a standby of physical media. If you buy Yaoi, it's sort of still on quite a lot. My leg is doing better actually. The redness there's like 2 swipes, and they were a bit gross. But then there was the skin around it was like really red. The redness has gone down a lot. So I definitely think stuff's happening and it's getting better. So, yeah. Yakuza and Doctor is so vanilla. What do you mean that's vanilla for me? What does that mean? I don't really think this is vanilla because I can't show it on stream. It's like there's a lot of I literally can't remember the plot is the thing. So that's why I just said it's Yakuza and a Doctor. You don't buy much yaoi. Maybe that's where that is where you're going wrong. You need to buy yaoi. To be fair, I actually don't have much actual physical yaoi. Most of it I read online. I've got this, and then Delinquent Daddy, Tender Teacher, and then obviously all my Danmei. But I don't really have much like Japanese yaoi. I need to get more volumes of Delinquent Daddy, Tender Teacher actually. Sound normal. Okay, let me describe it. Let me read the synopsis to you. Higuchi Kiyotaka has hit rock bottom. Once a rising star in the field of cardiovascular surgery, a traumatic incident derailed his career and sent him spiraling. Now transferred to a remote town in rural Kyushu, he spends his days practicing general medicine, struggling to understand the thick local dialect of his elderly patients and to suppress the crushing guilt that haunts him. Each night he drowns his sorrows in alcohol, but one particularly miserable evening, he is approached by a mysterious man who calls himself Tenju, a yakuza who offers him a night of escape. Swept into a haze of unfamiliar pleasure, Higuchi begins to feel something stir beneath the numbness, and as the afterglow of the night refuses to fade, one question gnaws at him. Who is this man, and what does he really want from me? But it's good. The cover's so good. You got a YouTube short in your feed yesterday of a woman being sad because her mum cleaned her room and took all the yaoi out of her secret chair compartment. That's so funny. I have to assume it was the stream's influence that put it there. Secret chair compartment is crazy. I mean, I have a figure with 3 dicks in my cupboard. And that's hidden from my parents because they seem to visit and I keep forgetting to bring it out when they leave. So it's just in the cupboard. Oh, in your feed, not in the chair. Oh, I thought you meant in the chair. I was like, yeah, my influence has reached random people on YouTube Shorts. I was like, sure, whatever. Like John Cena. John Cena's in my cupboard. Kiersey's been running around hiding yaoi in people's chair. Yeah, I am. I have been doing that actually. I genuinely don't actually have that much yaoi. I literally have 2, I think. Apart, like, I have Danmei. But that's different to, like, Japanese yaoi. I think I've only got 2. Not sure. Merry Yaoi Miss, exactly. One of John Cena's rap songs has a line about being, like, a beast with 3 oh. No. I'll hide them from Genshin, not like John Cena. Yeah. What else? Oh, so my big drama yesterday. I literally had a massive drama yesterday. Like, literally a huge drama. I'm not even kidding. Let me see if I can get this up. Hold on. It's gonna start. Well, the sound started playing. Oh, and it already reveals to you some of the drama. So this is the tap for my hose outside. Is this gonna work? There we go. Yeah, this is the tap from my hose outside. As you can already tell, there's something wrong. So, yeah. That was coming from my mains water, and I didn't have an isolator valve. So I had to turn my mains water off, which meant I couldn't go to the toilet, couldn't run water, couldn't shower, unless I wanted to have that happen again. I had to find a plumber. I've never had to call a plumber down here before, and well, I've never had to call a plumber before. So I had to find a plumber online. I phoned 5 different plumbers before I could find one that could get to me yesterday. It was traumatic, I will tell you that. Thankfully, I found a guy who got to me at like 5:30. No, not even. 5:15. And fixed it. And even installed an isolator valve. So that's not going to happen again. Well, hopefully it's not going to happen again. The pipe cracking might happen again. But if it does, I don't have to be without my mains water. But it was really stressful. I was so, oh my god, I've never had to deal with something like that before. And like, the thing that was really annoying is my parents just left on Tuesday. If my dad were here, he literally would have fixed it like that for me. Because my dad is my actual handyman. Like, my dad is my janitor. And he wasn't here, and I was like, what do I do? I was really stressful as well, because when I realized it happened, my parents weren't home for me to phone them. And they were picking up their bloody shopping. So I had to phone them on their mobiles, and the signal was really bad. And I'm like, my pipes burst! And Dad's like, and then he's like, I'll call you in half an hour when we get home. Longest half hour of my damn life. So, yeah. That happened to me yesterday. Thankfully, that didn't happen whilst I was on holiday. Could you imagine I came home from my holiday to that? Absolutely horrifying thought. Like, it literally happened yesterday, because I heard the water in the sink going, like, under my sink. I thought it was something to do with my boiler. I thought, like, it was just to do with the heating in my boiler. And then it was going for, like, 2 hours, and I was like, oh, that's not good. Something's wrong. And I went outside and saw that, and I was like, oh. No, my water wasn't off whilst I was away, say. Because you don't really want to do that, because you want to keep your water going, because you want to keep your heat going when you're away. Especially in Scotland, where pipes freeze. You want to keep like a low heat going on in your house to keep your pipes from freezing. And my heating is on what, like I do my heating goes through the water, so yeah. But yeah, also good thing it was outside too. Could you imagine a pipe burst in my house? It's so over. But yeah, that was my traumatic Wednesday. And yeah, I think we're coming to the end of Mercury being in Gatorade apparently. And I'm like, it sure fucking feels like it. First I get a fucking jellyfish sting. Then my pipes burst. I can't remember what else was going on. Why is this still putting my mod stuff on here? I thought I turned that off. I don't know why this is doing this. It's annoying me. You had a pipe just start jetting right behind your washer a couple months ago. Oh my god, that is so scary. Did you catch it like really quickly? That would be terrifying. Like the thought of pipes bursting. Oh my god. Inside your house. Oh my god. I literally don't know what I would do. Well, now I know what to do. I know how to turn mains off. Now I know if anything ever happens like that again, I can just turn my mains off. But oh god. And also now I know a plumber. After living here for 5 years, I know a plumber. Although he did come from kind of far away, so maybe he's not, I don't know. Like, he was really nice. He was... He came into my house, like, he said, I let him in the house. He went, "That's not your computer, is it?" Like, he thought, he was like, "What is that?" And he said he thought he would see a hamster in it. I was like... No, that's just my spaceship computer. And then he went, "You're not from here, are you?" And he was English, so I was like, "No, I'm from the Isle of Skye." He went, "Oh, I thought you were American." I was like, what the fuck? But other than that, he was really nice. So yeah, I'm like, I guess I'll use him again if I ever have any plumbing issues. It's just that he comes from quite far away, so I feel bad. Yeah. I do actually want to like do some stuff in my bathroom. Like I want to change my shower. So I'm like, maybe I should contact him about that since I now know a plumber. I don't know, but yeah. Like dealing with stuff like that is like so stressful. Not super fast. It was like a pinhole, but you basically had to constantly siphon the water off anytime you turn the mains on. Ugh, yeah, that's so annoying. Cause that's like that's what I was thinking. I was like, if I can't get someone out to me today, I'm gonna have to like turn the mains on and have that fucking jet going whilst I have a shower or go to the toilet. And also I can't have my heat wouldn't work if I have the mains off, which is not great in Scotland at this time of year when it is, hold on, how cold is it? Oh, it's not so bad right now. It's 9 degrees. But on Saturday, it's going to be lows of -2. So, yeah. But thankfully, I got it all sorted out. Oh, being an adult is hard, I tell you. Being a homeowner, yeah. I'm not going to say being a homeowner is hard because obviously there's quite a few people who are not homeowners who would like to be homeowners but can't afford it. But, like, the cost of homeowning... and like the dealing with it is kind of scary. But when it happened, I was kind of like, I'm actually glad that it's mine. It's my issue to be dealing with and I can get someone out like this. Whereas like I think if I were renting, I'd be so stressed out and be like, I'd be contacting the people who I was renting from with no idea what was going on. Whereas like I knew what was going on. The guy was texting me saying when he would get here. Like, as much as it's like scary and there's money involved, it's within your control, and I felt like a lot better about that. Because it was just tile and concrete under the cupboards. It didn't really matter if it got slightly wet when you needed the water. That's good. Got someone coming to look at the boiler tomorrow. It's been losing pressure a lot more. Oh no. Boiler problems scare me so much that I have boiler insurance. I have boiler insurance that gets me like a call out, like every year they'll come and check my boiler, which reminds me I actually need to arrange that. You do too for the same reason. Boilers are so scary. Someone I used to work with, her and her boyfriend had to get their boiler replaced, and she was like, yeah, it's $2.5 grand. I was like, are you fucking joking? That's so scary. $2.5 grand to get your boiler replaced. No. Boiler insurance for me, please. I need to actually book a service, I think. Let me see. Yeah. Actually, so like I got an email from, so I get, oh my god. So I get my boiler insurance from British Gas, right? And they like send people out once a year to check your boiler. I got an email telling me I was ready for my boiler check, and I was like, okay. That day, I then get a phone call from someone being like, there's an engineer in your area. We can come today. And I'm like, I'm not ready for this. Like, I was stressed out. I was like, this is no, thank you. I'll arrange it. I'll do it online when I'm like, feel like I'm ready. She's like, they can do it today. I'm like, no, I'm gonna do it online. It was actually so stressful. I've gone to look at picking an appointment slot. The next one's in frickin' February. Maybe I should have just done it when she phoned me. That's crazy. Oh my god. I'm just gonna book this right now. Otherwise I'll forget again. Oh, do I want to get a Hive thermostat? I already have a Hive thermostat. You know what's really annoying, right? There's this thing called a Hive thermostat, right? Which is a smart controller for your thermostat from British Gas. And I have one in my house from the previous owners, but so you can get a thing that'll send it to your, like, that you can do it on your phone. So the thermostat works totally fine, but the smart controller thing that sends it to your phone is like individual. So if I want to do it, I have to buy a whole new controller for my phone. Isn't that stupid? I have the controller, but because it was owned by someone else previously, I can't use it. Not that I go out anywhere to use my phone to turn on my heating, but it's still stupid. Anyway. It's like maybe the most important thing in the house. Yeah, that's true. Because like that's the thing. That's the thing I always like. It's always like, if your boiler goes, you need like like you phone a plumber. They're like, okay, I'm coming. Available engineers in your area. Apparently not anymore. It was the way the woman was talking to me on the phone though. She was like, they can come out today, and I'm like, and she's like, today they're coming today, and I was like, it was so stressful. Yeah. If you own a boiler, get boiler insurance. I feel like I pay 5 million insurances, honestly. Being an adult is paying so many insurances. I have car insurance, home and contents insurance, boiler insurance, cat insurance. What other insurance? I don't know. I don't pay for phone insurance because I get my phone insurance through my bank account. And holiday insurance I get through my bank account, so I don't pay for those two, thankfully. Yeah. I think I'm probably not going to continue doing cat insurance because Hope is now classed as a geriatric cat, which means a lot of pet insurance people don't cover it, so it's actually quite expensive. And like, she doesn't really need it. She's actually, for her age, she's really quite healthy. So I'm like, maybe I'll just not do it. Because most of the time as well with cat stuff, it's like, most of the time it's under the excess. Because cat stuff is obviously not as expensive as dog stuff. And the excess for her, I think, is like 200 or something. So. And even then, Joe, remember she had to get some dental work done in May. And they took her bloods and stuff like that as well. The whole thing was like 300 quid. And it wasn't covered by the insurance. Like, routine dental wasn't covered by the insurance. And I was just like, why am I even paying this? So I think I'm going to get rid of the pet insurance. Do y'all have insurance for your pets if you have them? I think insurance for dogs can be quite important because like some dogs are, yeah, it's really expensive, but I don't know. With cats, when they don't even like she goes outside but not a huge amount, it's like I don't think it's even worth it. Eh? You're quite healthy. You just sleep all day and meow at me all day. She is Unk. She is Unk. You're Unk, aren't you? Isn't that crazy? 12 being classed as geriatric. But also, would you believe she's 12 looking at her? I think not. I think she's quite spry for her age. Yeah. She's just sleeping at my feet right now. That's why I'm looking down there. Yeah, we're gonna play some 14 today. I'm scared. Because last time we saw the horrors last time. And now I'm like, what do we do now? Now I'd pets for a decade plus. Oh my gosh, your cat's growing up though. I'm assuming they probably didn't have insurance because I feel like pet insurance is reasonably new, but especially like people don't get insurance for their cats barely. I'm just watching her grooming herself. She's so cute. Don't think so based on what I remember my mum talking about with costs. Yeah. I think most people with cats just don't, because most vet stuff for cats, unless it's like something really serious, like a big emergency, most of it is like under what the excess would be if you have insurance. So it's like, it's not even like, what's the point? And also when I got her insurance this year, because I changed my insurance provider for her because it was getting like they weren't doing it anymore for her age, so I changed to a new one. I was talking to Emmy about it and she was saying that like she doesn't, like it's really uncommon to have pet insurance in the States, so I was really shocked about that. Because I feel like we've had pet insurance in the UK for at least 20 years. Because I remember like the Direct Line pet insurance adverts when I was a child. Who else does pet insurance? I'm trying to remember, because there was definitely a few adverts when I was a child. I don't know. I've gone on a thing to be like, what pet insurance is there? And none of them are ringing a bell now. I definitely remember seeing them when I was younger. Pet insurance is definitely common here. Yeah, I feel like for dogs, definitely it's worth it. Because when I go to the vets and I hear them talking about, like, the stuff they're doing with dogs, I'm like, you'll hear them hit out with, like, yeah, that'll be $2,000. You're like, excuse me? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, with cats, not so much. Hey, hopey popey. I think the most I ever spent on her vet bills was that dental work she had done this summer. And also the one time, like, when I first got Hope, right, y'all know Hope has her annual summer throw up. If you've been here for a little bit, you know Hope loves to randomly throw up for one weekend in August, September time. She had it early this year. I think it was July. But, like, it's just one weekend. She throws up and she's fine again. But it's, like, a stress in my life. But the first time, when I first got Hope, she had her annual throw-up weekend. And it was only, like, a month after I owned her. And it was so stressful. And it was, like, happening at, like, 10 o'clock at night. So I went to the emergency vet. £200 it cost me just for them to give her an anti-sickness injection. And also, I was waiting in the car park until like 1:30 because they forgot about us. So, traumatizing experience for both me and Topi Popey. All because she was puking. Now I know. Now I know. She just loves to throw up once every year. Just a big throw up weekend and then she's fine. And yet I always have to go to the vet. Toji, welcome in. How are you? Because she just doesn't stop for a bit. And then she gets her anti-sickness jab and then she's fine. Did Hope get some candy and a cute band-aid at least? I wish. That would have been really cute. No. Do you wick new? Doing well and you? Maybe? Not sure. If you're asking how I am, though, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for the 20 stream streak, Toji. Also, not only did I have my pipe burst yesterday, I fucking got my bill from bloody HMRC for my self-employment taxes. Everything's just going wrong this week and I don't like, I would like this week to be over, but then that means it's next week and I don't want it to be next week because I have to go to Germany and do this presentation that I haven't even started yet and I have to do it tomorrow. It would be fine if I were going to Germany on my own. You know? Because I've been to Germany. I like Germany. I went to Berlin in January in 2016. And everything was shut, but it was nice. But it's just like going with co-workers. It's like you can't even relax. You can go to a nice Christmas market this time of year. That's true. That is true. We've got like a schedule of what we're doing, and before we go to dinner, we're going to the Christmas markets. So that'll be nice, at least. I do have to do more traveling. I'm away Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So only one stream next week on Friday, and I'm pissed off about it because I've just come back. Don't they know I was on holiday in November? Could they not have had this at a different time? Could they not have done it when I was on holiday? Before dinner, the markets where you get full. Well, not me, because I don't eat meat. There's a lot of sausages and stuff like that, so I'm not going to be eating that. Maybe crepes, though. I maybe get full on crepes. Businesses organize a nice festive trip for your employees without turning it into work challenge. We're having like a morning of what's happened this year, what are we doing next year, what's the corporate goals. Then it's like these fucking presentations that everyone has to do, and then a Christmas quiz. And then we go to the markets, and then we go for a staff dinner to a place that doesn't have very many food options that I can eat. And then I'm there for another whole day because my co-worker, because like, so there's a bunch of us, a few of us going from Glasgow, like 5 of us or something. And I was talking, I was the one that had to book the flights, okay, because I've got the access to the credit card. And so I was like, so when do y'all wanna, like, what do you wanna do? When do you wanna leave? And they're like, so we were like, okay, we're flying with this airline that we're flying with. And there was like 2 options. One was like earlier, I think late morning, early afternoon. And I was like, that's the one I wanted. And then there was one that was like late afternoon, evening, and they were like, oh, let's go for that. That means we've got more time. And I was like, I want to go home. Because I won't be getting home until like 11. Because there's no direct flights there from Glasgow. I'm trying to be as vague as possible, but also I'm probably giving a lot away. But yeah, I'm... I didn't want to be the Debbie Downer who was like, I want to leave at 1 p.m. Well, I don't think it was 1 p.m., but like that kind of time. I didn't want to be that person that was the one person that didn't want to stay there for longer. But I'm like, what are we even doing? What are we going to do? Because everyone's leaving that day. Why are we there for extra time? They're not, my work isn't going to be like, oh yeah, you guys can just go wander the city if you want for today. Have fun. They're not going to do that. So we're just in the office for longer. Why? Sophia, welcome in. How are you? So yeah, I'm not getting home until like 11. One of my co-workers was also like, oh, can we get the flight at 7 in the morning? I was like, I am not going to the airport at 5 a.m. What is wrong with you? Oh, I'm just flying so much right now. But thankfully, I'm getting a lot of miles. I'm doing good, Sophia. I'm ranting a lot today, but I'm doing pretty good. When am I not ranting? That's the question. I'm always hooting and hollering and ranting and raving. That's me. That's what you're here for, is to hear me hooting and hollering. Yeah. That's my updates. Tomorrow I have to write this fucking presentation, and I'm like, I don't even know. It's gonna be shit, and I'm gonna be like, hey, you gave me 3 days. What can I tell you? I had other stuff to be doing. I had to do all these payments. I had to... my coworker didn't do my work in my absence that she should have been doing. So I had to do all of that. I thankfully didn't have too many emails this time. I only had about 80. So, you know, not too bad. Yeah. Do I have any other updates for you all? Don't think so. I don't know. I've dissociated for a second there. I was just playing with my phone strap. Do y'all have a phone strap? Because I got one when I went to London because I was just a bit scared about like someone grabbing my phone out my hand, because that's actually a really big problem in London. I don't know if you knew this, but in London they have like phone gangs. Well, not phone gangs that go around stealing phones. Like organized crime. It's crazy. And there's like a phone stolen every few seconds or something in London. So I was like, I'm gonna get a strap for my phone, not a strap on. And so now I'm just sitting here playing with it like a cat. Because I don't really need it anymore because I'm not in London. Although, probably need it for where I'm going next week. It's annoying because I would tell you all where I'm going next week. I would actually like to talk about it, but I can't ever talk about it until I leave this job. Because it's like, if I say I'm traveling for work, you'll know where I'm going every time. And you know, us streamers, we've got to be vague in case someone's stalking us. Because that is a very real fear. Have y'all ever seen those like stories about like women who are like posting on Instagram like in their flats and stuff? Yes, I've sold some books I've been trying to sell for 6 months. Fuck yes! Sorry. Anyway, have y'all ever seen have y'all ever seen those stories about women who like will be posting from their apartments on Instagram? It's like nighttime, and guys somehow figure out where they're these stalker guys will find out where they're living from like their windows when they're on a high-rise apartment. It's so scary. I'm like, I can't even like, y'all are lucky I say I'm in Glasgow. That's the most I'm giving you. Sometimes I reveal too much, I think. It's scary out there. Not that I think any of yous are stalkers, but like, you never know. I'm just playing with this phone strap. It's like a cat. Literally, I'm just going like this. Seen enough Rainbow to know how dangerously good people can be at finding locations for nothing. Literally. Literally. And like, there's been so many stories about in Japan as well. Of like, women being, like, men just following women to their apartments all the time. I'm like, be careful if your friend is weirdly good at GeoGuessr. That's Trev. We've all got to be scared of Trev. Sophia, thank you for the 3-stream streak. God, I'm actually so buzzing. That I sold those books. Although I am a bit concerned because I think one of them has a bit of light damage on it. Hopefully this person doesn't mind. Anyway, let me run an ad and then we'll get into the game. I'm really nervous for playing the game. I'm really nervous. I don't know what's gonna happen today. We saw the horrors last time. There's not much left. We're on level 88. Toji, where are you up to in 14? Have you caught up to me yet? You're in post Endwalker! I knew you would catch up to me! That's crazy. That is crazy. That's funny. Well, there you go. You can watch me now instead of complaining. So yeah, we saw the horrors last time of level 87 and El Piss. It's even very crazy how I started the game 3 months ago and here I am. Well, I think if you don't have something that's forcing you to pace yourself, it can be very easy to just like get really in depth into something. You know, like when I get in, like, you know, when I get into a crate, like with my books and, well, actually not even that. Y'all know what I've been like with my BL series recently. Literally, I've watched so many in like the space of 3 weeks. It's not even like, it's literally crazy. Let me check my MTL. I will tell you how many I've watched in the space of like 3 weeks, right? Okay, I watched 10 episodes of Bed Friend, 12 episodes of Cutie Pie, 12 episodes of Chemjira, 11 episodes of Lovesea, 15 episodes of Your Guy. I've been watching The Wicked Game, which is 9 episodes so far. I've watched 2 episodes of Me and T, 4 episodes of Goddess Bless You from Death. Watched 1 episode of Burnout Syndrome. I've watched 7 episodes of The Next Prince. I have watched 9 episodes of 8 episodes of what's this one called? The Boy Next World. So like when I get into something that is not, I'm not pacing myself with, I'm like that. So I get it. BL series, you mean MSQ 87? That's also true. I also watched that. And on top of all that, I've been reading books. I've beat my reading. Did I tell y'all I beat my reading goal this year? My reading goal was 50. I think I've read 55. Let me check. Goodreads Choice Awards are really finished. I wonder when that gets revealed. 3 days. If you're a reader and you want to vote in the Goodreads Choice Awards, you've got 3 days left. Told Trev that if I finish post Endwalker before Monday, then I'm taking 2 days off. Just 2 days. When I finish Endwalker, I'm gonna take a break before we do post Endwalker and stuff. Because I just need a break, I think. Alana, up with me. Alana, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, I've read 55 books, and that includes 9. $11 volumes of manga, but I still think that's pretty good because surely I'll have read 61 books by Christmas, by the end of the year. I just need to read 6 more. So I'm a reader. Although I do consider manga as like part of a, like I do consider a manga volume a book in my opinion. You know, like I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but it's like for all the doubters, I would love to read enough that like the manga isn't even needed for the goal. Thank you, Sophia. The rate a Wicked Game is going, I wouldn't be shocked if they had one man magically bind the other two and wipe their memories. Maybe. I don't know. I think what's gonna happen, I think, like, this is my, what the hell's that? I've got a noodle on my shirt. Right. Wicked Game finale is on Saturday. Right, this week. Also, people are pissed off because they're doing, like, in Thai dramas, they do, like, live, they do, like, full cinema showings of episodes with the cast members. So, like, you can go to a cinema and watch an episode of the show as it airs with a cast member. Anyway, they're doing that for the final episode of The Wicked Game. And allegedly, they're going to be, well, not allegedly, they're going to be showing an extra scene or something like that. And everyone's pissed off because they're like, I've paid for iQIYI for all these months and you're not even letting me see this extra scene. You have to go to the cinema to see this extra scene. Anyway. Well, I think this is my theory. My theory for the Wicked Game finale. For anyone who's been following my recaps of the Wicked Game. I think that Pim, who is the CEO's son guy, who's like really dodgy, that shot his boyfriend, I think he's gonna go and try and hash it out with his siblings, and it's gonna go all wrong because they fucking hate him. But then Tan is gonna have woken up from the poisoning and he's gonna make it there just in time. And I think he is going to get shot again. I think Pim's brother or sister is going to try and shoot Pim. But I think Tan is going to get there and push him out the way and get shot himself. And it's going to be like, no, is he alive or dead? But he's actually alive. I don't think anyone's actually going to die. They're going to make it they're going to make it seem like someone's dead, but I don't think anyone is actually going to die. Because I just don't see Dow and Off-Road doing a thing where someone dies. Because their previous show, Century of Love, I think they had a couple times where it looked like one of them was going to die as well. They just don't actually die. They're too in love. Anyway, should we get into the game? That's my thoughts and my opinions of what's going to happen in the Wicked Game. And then Pim is going to get all the company. He's going to become the CEO of the company, and they're going to, and Tan is going to get back into the police, and they're going to ride off into the sunset, and everything will be happy. And they will kiss and potentially have sex again, but also the last time they had sex, it literally faded to black, so I would like it to not fade to black. Because I'm a pervert. Oh, bye, Hope. Let me get the game up and going. My god, look at me. I'm actually playing 3 PlayStation games at once. Highly unusual. Actually, I know I've just run an ad and I'm very sorry, but I think I'm going to quickly pop to the bathroom before we get into the game. Or, well, I'll get the game started and you can just hang out in Eorzea whilst I pop to the bathroom. I timed it very badly. I feel like I'm really bad at timing my toilet breaks with my ads. I need to get better at that. Ah! The controller was behaving strangely. I know I said said, I want to take a break from the story, but I don't know, I might do some like raids, or not raid. Is it raids? I don't know. Some of the like the content I've not done yet. That's like dungeons. We'll maybe do that on stream. I don't know. It would require me organizing it, and y'all know what I'm like. So I don't know if we'll do that. It's worth, yeah, that's the thing. I know it's worth doing, and I do want to do it, but organizing. But we have done the Oceania thing, so we know it can be done. So it's not much of an issue with that, at least. Although the last time I did it, I was like stuck somehow, and I got really confused. Anyway, I will leave you here for just a little bit. I'll be back in a moment. I just timed my breaks wrong. You can do some checks whilst I'm away. 80% curse, woofed. Anyway, be right back. Hello, I'm back. I should take one of my... pills. My horse tranquilizers. I've given up on trying to take 4 a day. I just don't think it's possible. So I'm doing 3. How the fuck are you supposed to take 4 pills a day on an empty stomach? I ask you. Who the fuck is taking... Who has that much time in the day when they have an empty stomach? Not me. Oh, hi. 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 I also don't think it's mathematically feasible, Ken. Okay, so last stream we went through the horrors of Elpis. We found out we found out everything. We know everything now. We know the history of the world and why everything happened. And it's awful and sad. And now we're just back with Kryl. Like, hee hee ha ha ho ho. So, here we go. So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during our time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. Oh, God. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. I don't want to skip Hope. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Alphino have been travelling all over. Of all the regions they've visited, Locus Aminus is one of the worst affected. Tancred, Estinian and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succour to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to contain a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Ishtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we can gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no signs of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortuno to the people of Radzatan. Following their discussion, Vritra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alice, Estinian and Graha travelled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Oh. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortuno. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. Hope. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. No. I hope our friends are okay. The others need you, Delilah. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. I haven't even told everyone about what's fucking happened. I'm just going straight back in it. Singing on point. Thanks, Ken. I was really practicing. Oh no, God, a solo duty. Please help me. Delilah, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received a word from our troops on the Magna Glacies that the Forum's airship has landed, and then that the that was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Oh, these poor people.
No. No. No.
Oh.
We were promised an escape. Not the same we fled.
Oh my God.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
Who are you talking to?
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Oh, the volume's probably quite low. Always low for this game.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Oh no, who am I playing as? I'm scared. Who am I playing as? Oh God, I'm Alfredo! Oh, I don't know what to do!
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Ah! Oh God, what do I do?
Leave it to me.
What's this do? That's healing, okay. I'm guessing all the blue is healing and the pink is like attacks. Okay. No!
Those who can stand, come with me.
They were getting... Oh no, they're getting away. Come on.
You're safe now.
What's the point in me doing all this work when they turn?
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
What does this do? Ooh. Oh my god, I'm dying myself. I'm getting throwbacks to when I was white mage for a hot moment. What does Levy or Drooch do? I don't know what they... I know Prognosis does better healing. I don't know what Levier Diagnosis and Levier Drooch is. Is one of them area of effect healing? I love how they just put you in this, not like with no fucking clue what you're doing. Is one of them healing over time? I don't know. Oh, Prognosis is AoE, okay. Instant heal off the cooldown. Okay.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Oh.
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward!
Okay.
Let not a single fiend escape!
Thanks, Ken. I don't know if I'm going to be playing as him anymore, but good to know. I wish they would tell you.
Wait, that's
Like, I wish before you got into it, they gave you just a
Euless
little
and the army.
summary.
So, you've recovered then?
Euless, the
It's
Slayer!
enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! to repay your salvation in kind, or with better.
This music is so The Sims. So The Sims build mode.
Of that I've no doubt.
Oh, you can hover over it? Oh, you can...
The gods.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that from hovering it.
Oh,
Be nice if they had a little tutorial. Yeah, like literally just like a little pop-up.
To take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
They just said like AoE heal.
You know
Single
who would
heal.
never abandon these
Heal over
people to their
time.
fate? To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
well then. I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Who am I playing? Oh no, God, I'm playing as Alice. Oh fuck. Now I need to learn a whole other one. So you're saying... Oh! Oh no, oh fuck, I didn't even click it. So that's heal. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what those mean. Okay. Well, that's not very nice. Bonus stat, okay. What does this do? Oh, okay. Oh, that's AoE. Fuck, I've got to go stand in this. I learned about these when I had to do the friggin' 15 quests.
I'm not done yet.
Oh. Normally red mage builds a meter with magic. Oh, and then spends a melee combo. I don't think there is a I think it's on X. Maybe that's... Hold on. Okay, let me see.
None to worry about.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
This. 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 Ooh. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
As they say, turnabout's fair.
Oh, what does this do?
On guard.
Oh! It's weird class to try and strip down to auto combos. Yeah, it's really odd. Like, how am I supposed to know I'm supposed to do that? And then it was like breaking up my combos when I was healing.
Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
We love Alice and Grahatia.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Hope is under my feet again. She's so cute. It was. Where is she? Oh. Hi! Sorry, I don't know what's happening. I got distracted by the
Get
cat.
out of here! Quickly!
There's our sexiest man in the world.
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter
I need to go see Wicked this
future.
weekend.
I won't let a madman's
Speaking of.
apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Pop off, Jonathan. You're seeing it tonight? Exciting.
Get it together, Alize.
I am, however, not looking forward to watching Eating Disorders R Us.
You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
Oh, holy aura! Holy shit!
Oh.
I'm back!
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
It is, Short King.
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
So I can't believe Jonathan Bailey's in my 14. I know. He's always graha to you first. You're always like, it's the cat boy in the romance drama. I think... Yeah, I don't know. I was first aware of him in, like, Bridgerton, but... Yeah. I think he was, like, first doing stuff on the West End. I recently learned he was in, like, a gay, a gay production of Company. I think it's Company. Which is the one where it's like, I'm not getting married today. I'm not getting married. It's like the fastest song in musical theater. It's crazy.
I had a feeling I'd find you.
Hi! God, the polycules all reuniting. He was also in a production of The Last 5 Years, which I've watched videos of, and he's so good in it. I should have gone to see him in King Richard III this year, but I chickened out. Concept of like the West End and Broadway where you can just go see these people who are like really famous actors just on stage. I think that's like wild. My auntie goes to see like loads of folk on stage. She lives in Essex. I'm like, that's crazy. Anyway, I'm excited to watch Wicked. I'm not like super hyped about it because I think it's been like really overhyped for me, and it's like it's putting me off it. But I'm excited. However, have you all seen people on social media are like they're trying to suggest that Jonathan Bailey is not gay? I saw someone that was like, I think he's bi, actually. Like, no, he's literally said he's gay. What's wrong with you? Like, they just can't handle that they're attracted to a gay man who is never going to like them back. Never mind the fact that he's really famous and they're never going to meet him anyway, so he's never going to like them back in the first place. Like, he's not gonna sleep with you because he's gay. He's also not gonna sleep with you because you're never gonna meet him. So stop being weird. Ugh. They're also like headcanoning that he's like in a thing with Ariana.
You must
I'm like,
board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
did we miss the whole homewrecker part of her life?
Your offer to host us in Charlian is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
People are so strange.
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join
To
us
the moon.
on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Charlian. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
More of them.
Who's that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's my best friend.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Fuck! Yo! I've just realized this is when Johnny Bailey was doing his like stint on the West End, where he was doing 8 shows a week and also doing this and got like a fucked up throat.
A heretofore unseen beast.
I was like, why is he talking like that? That's why.
Sporting ass. Unfit to temper my blade.
He had like laryngitis or something.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern.
World's ending. I want a rematch.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pays.
Oh my god, Toji.
Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my
Toji's
blade,
fighting Yaoi right now.
and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with
Euless.
so many of its people.
I'm sorry.
Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Euless, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
I don't think he'd be happier. I just feel like he'd be like
If
less.
my motives met with your approval, would you no longer
It's not
resent the
about
outcome?
approval. It's more
If
that he
so,
wants it to
then
be for something
Perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better.
rather than for nothing.
Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence
Vicissitudes.
must be gleaned by
I've never
you,
heard that word in my life.
you alone.
Is it like
Should
a
you
synonym
seek
for
it
like
in battle in the
recesses?
fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Did you hear the wind?
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else.
Good.
Because of
Good decision.
you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Pop off, Alice.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being.
It's one of your favourite scenes in Endwalker? I'm not surprised.
There's room enough for you to join me on it.
Alice really popped off, and also poor Euless.
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
A change in your circumstances. I think the petty vicissitudes of existence is like the ways your life suddenly change.
Allow us
Oh,
to
okay.
accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Euless, we can speak of recent events on the way.
Do you think their ears get cold? I don't know. I feel like they maybe don't get cold ears because they stick out so much. Surely they've like evolved to not have cold ears.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
I love him. Gagged. That was good. I enjoyed that. And also wasn't the worst challenge of a solo duty with random people I'm playing as. For once. To see Xeno standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. Yeah, you kind of popped off, Alice, so you should. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Yeah, in the middle of that, I literally realised that I've seen an interview where Jonathan Bailey was talking about how he was doing 8 shows a week on the West End. I think filming Bridgerton and doing this. And he got something bad with his throat when he was doing this. And I think this is it. Because I was like, he sounds really gruff. He sounds not like himself. And I was like, yeah, his tongue, that's what it was. His tongue swelled. I was like, I think we're at the part where he fucked up. Where he got fucked up really bad. Because he sounded really weird. If I sound weird, that's why. And I clocked it. Oh, that's funny. Ooh. Ooh, they look like gears. I know. I really appreciate that
No
he's
major
like
injuries then. Good.
he's like so insistent on doing 14.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as
I think
could,
that's really good of
but
him.
nevertheless feared they would not make
He
it in
also
time.
sorry, I'm not listening to Lucy at all. He also said that he's like taking a break from acting for a little bit to like focus on his queer charity.
The
I'm
additional
like,
support was
this
invaluable.
man.
Your
This
men saved
man.
more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, MSQ Lvl. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
Sorry, my mouse is
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
It's okay, Euless, we don't cancel you.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
Shut up, Dad.
I swear.
He's always on something, isn't he? He can't just be like, yeah, sure, I'll tell you, son.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it.
Exactly.
Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks. Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
He's so cute. Oh god. Oh god, what's going on? What's happened to the Loperate? Me after dinner. I want my pudding.
Where, oh, where is this star's blasted pudding?
For fuck's sake. Me when I really just want some creme brulee.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. And to this bitter
I don't know why I got so
bring
excited about
warmth and
Urianger there.
comfort.
I just get excited about hot Urianger.
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed
I know,
to
what way
expound
to make
upon
an
our
entrance.
purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
He's vibrating. But his entrance is not as good as Delilah's or a walk.
Because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous, more so before the impending doom.
I thought I was free of these guys.
And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
I said creme brulee, and creme brulee is floating about her head.
The plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom. Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance,
I want pudding.
whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star. So naturally, we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Let's see if we can hear JB's swollen tongue in the growing whey lines, or if he did those earlier. I think he's... I don't know. He didn't sound as swollen.
I am no esteemed philosopher of eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Oh my god, Puddingway is still doing that in the background.
Moving before Urianger catches his death. Even I'm freezing out here.
I was gonna
dare say
ask.
You'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
He also doesn't sound as swollen there. I was about to ask if Urianger is still hot in Dawn Trail, and then I was like, don't ask that, Kirsty. Maybe he's not in Dawn Trail. Maybe he dies. I think a lot about that video of him where he's rolling the dice for his character. He just says Grahati, cat boy, and she's like so happy about it. Fun fact. That was how I found out who he was in 14. I knew he was in 14, but that's how I found out who he was. Because I watched that because that was when I was like, I'm not going to play 14 on stream, so I don't mind spoilers. You watched that on loop when it came out? So good. Where the hell am I? Oh. I dare say Master Fortuno was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heideland's lunar custodians, as he will soon discover they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might suggest we return to the Annex forthwith. We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned by the rostra. Ooh. Why did they have to put me so fucking far away? So nice how he talks about Graha with fondness too. I could see some VAs disregarding a role like this, which is fine because we all need a check, but it makes me happy. Same. It makes me happy too. I think he's just so down to earth and is thankful for everything he gets cast in. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loperates a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Jesus fuck. May, welcome in. How are you? Kryl tells us that you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, so I'd rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Let me tell you about some soul-destroying doomed yaoi. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasa are one and the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteion, or rather the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she's been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe was no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteion and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely misunderstood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vana you meant Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteion? See, it's funny that she says that, like, oh, we don't know if Vana is Heidelin that we have now. But us, as the viewer, we do know that because we saw her experience Shadowbringers. The Vana I know would never give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provide clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. Oh my god. So that's the second condition. We must find a means to meet Meteion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she's made her nest. We've got to use the moon ship. Then communicating with Heidelin must be necessity come first. Did you and Master Mataya have any luck with your investigation on the ethereal sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and other echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the antitower. Master Mataya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the ethereal sea, built closer to home. Holly, welcome in, how are you? Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Ojika burgers. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. I think you see a lot more actors realizing how enthusiastic game fans can be, and that they will often recognize VAs despite the fact they don't appear as themselves in a pure voice work role. That's true. That's true. I think the big one recently has been Charlie Cox and him being like, I just did this role. I didn't realize people cared that much. Persephone does not like turkey. Persephone, a turkey hater. Oh dear. I don't think Hope likes much, like actual meat. I think she likes tuna, but like I tried giving her chicken once when she was sick. She wasn't interested. The forum is in session, and as such, the roster is closed to visitors. A sign of the 7th dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. We're getting a lot of meaty stuff today. Meaty on, so true. I hope everyone who's been spending time with your families for Thanksgiving have been having a good day. What was your favorite dish for your meal?
Before we enter.
Ow!
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum
James is gay. James
then
is
I would like to
gay.
make a proposal that will serve our ends.
James, welcome in. How are you?
By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the 7th Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
God, the way Lalafel's walk sends me every time. Everyone else is so normal, and then Lalafel's like... They remind me of, you know, that video of the guy being interviewed by the BBC, and then his daughter walks in and she's like,
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna
it reminds me of that.
We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today.
Fully operational.
The final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
for causing a scene. The scene being me stimming something from Star Wars.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We're gonna go blow up a meteor.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same
Charlene will not
dry
accept your
theories
terms.
recited ad
Delilah
nauseam,
disrespected
but
our
fresh
hall
inspiration.
with her vocals.
I, for one,
Armed and fully operational.
to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote.
Okay, Dad, I'll fit a turbocharger to your car if you let me meet God and also borrow the car. So that we can go and destroy a random bird girl.
"71 in favor, 28 against.
Way. Way.
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state.
Wahoo.
Bear in mind that regardless of your
I don't know where
personal
that vocal
misgivings,
stim comes from.
this is the will of the Forum.
Where are you taking it? I've got to go meet this emo girl across the galaxy.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none. "28 Charlene Tories would rather watch the world explode." There's always some. Sorry for not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both the means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteion, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aether Burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. Sid. It might behoove us to learn how an Aether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aether Burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. By the way, y'all, speaking of burner, this shit in Hong Kong is crazy. Those poor people. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Xenos fangirl goes meow. Welcome in. I love the name. How are you? No idea what we've got to do, but I'm sure we can help these experts solve their problems. Honestly, that is this group just all the time. It is really horrible. And the fact that that is happening at the same time that there's like all these massive floods happening in Thailand as well. Plus all the other fucking shit going on in the world at the moment. It's just a nightmare. If y'all didn't know, there's massive floods happening in this place in Thailand called Hat Yai. Like once in every 300 years type flooding. It's really like awful. I'm glad you're good. I forgot I'd already been here.
Speaking of burning up, I'm slipping into the fire. And I'm trying to... I forgot the lyrics. Trying to keep from going under. Baby, you turn the temperature hotter. Your dad suggested buying a chip pan. It's 2025. Why is he suggesting buying a chip pan? Just get an air fryer. I can just imagine your dad setting fire to their new kitchen with a chip pan. A chip pan is basically a deep fat fryer for your kitchen. For chips, aka fries. It's like a pan that has a basket with it. So it's just for oil to make chips. It's all... There's so many stories of people setting their kitchens on fire from chip pans. What are you doing? What are you eating? Are you finding treats down there? That's such a dad thing to be like, I've suddenly decided this would be a good thing to have. Yes. My dad could barely use our deep fat fryer. I do not trust him with a pan full of oil over a No. No. I used to have a little deep fat fryer. A little teeny tiny one. And it was really good, but also really bad because it was so disgusting to clean that I eventually just like got rid of it. But oh my god, the chips I had. The chips I had. Oh, I missed a line. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophalin take you to the medial circuit. I also don't trust your dad with a pan full of oil over a flame. Everything you've told me about your dad tells me to not trust him in that situation. Chips were delicious, but you stank of grease for the rest of the day. Mm-hmm. And yeah, cleaning it is disgusting. You just never get rid of the oil. I've sent your associates ahead to Logistic and Alpha on the other side of Mariel Agronomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. What did he want to ask? Wait, where am I going? Oh, okay. Has anyone been reading anything recently? I have Straight Tomato. I have finally picked up Ilatsue for book club. You know, book club ends in 3 days, but it's fine. Also, if you're in book club, by the way, I posted about this in Discord, but I would love to know your thoughts and opinions. You can feel free to share them here about changing book club to being either bi-monthly or quarterly as opposed to monthly, because I think I know a lot of people have been struggling to get the books from the library on time, and I feel like maybe having more time would be better. I am a little bit personally opposed to quarterly because that just feels like really long. You're only then reading 4 books a year, which is nothing. I mean, it's great if you're someone who can only read 4 books a year, but as someone who reads 50, I would like my book club to be a bit more than that. So yeah, if you are interested in book club, sound off. Either here or in Discord, don't mind. I love how the wind howling in the background sounds like tormented souls trapped in your kitchen. You can hear it. I wasn't sure if you could hear it. It's so windy. I think it's because my door isn't like closed properly. Hold on. You shouldn't be able to hear it now. It's because my door is like one of those doors that's like you have to pull the handle up to lock it, and if you don't pull the handle up, it's not actually like fully closed, so like air can come through. Rio, thank you for lurking. Close your damn eyes right now. I hope you're good. Do not look. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? You can look at the screen, Toji. Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. By having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperites in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean guardians of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. What is she eating? 'Tis no mere coincidence. It's not a mere coinky-dink. What would y'all do if Urianger said coinky-dink? Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loperites have endeavoured to make the moon inhabitable, I nearly said inflatable, that is not... the moon inflatable. That is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. If it is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. Make the moon inflatable, isn't that what despicable means? No, that's about stealing the moon. Tonight, we steal the moon! I haven't seen Despicable Me in a very long time. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Oh wait, can I go there? I don't know. I guess we'll go speak to Cockled Ankle. Has he got cockled ankles?
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows.
Why does he sound like that?
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, masterful, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Ether Burner conundrum.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Ether Burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Ether Burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise.
No way!
It transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, The record stated it was vital to Dalaman's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
You want me to go in and fetch the whatsits? The whatsits? Hold on a moment. I've got some whatsits. I fetched the whatsits. See, I fetched the whatsits. Oyasubi, welcome in. How are you? The ether burner is powered by whatsits now in Bruce. So true.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously.
Hi.
Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Not for you.
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavenward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Oh, if you're asking what I'm eating right now, I think it's a type of senbei. It comes in a little...
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold.
Why is this guy a proper geezer?
Find a sauce like that with the ether butter, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
Senbei crackers are delicious. I really like the ones that have little bits of seaweed on them.
Might you secure us a suitable relic?
These ones don't, because my local supermarket doesn't carry those. They just carry normal salty ones, but I love the ones with the little bits of seaweed.
To gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunder.
Another proper geezer!
Me and old Charlie, before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
The grog?
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Ooh. Japan has many kinds of rice crackers. Some are soft and delicious. Oh, I don't know if I've had soft ones. I don't know. Y'all, I was looking at booking Wicked on Saturday. This is ridiculous. I've never seen people book the cinema so much. Look at this. I'm going to show you. As long as it doesn't dox me. No, we're good. This is the showing at 7:40. All of the like white ones, those are ones people have already booked. Where am I? Like what? I've never seen people book this far in advance. They always go on the day of. And then this is the one at 7. It's even worse. Maybe I should just go on Sunday. Crazy. What about IMAX, even though it'll cost me more money? Oh, see, I could go IMAX. No one's at the fucking IMAX. Maybe I'll just do the spend £5 so I don't have 5 million people sitting in the same screen as me. I like to think that it conveys how proficient he is as a mechanic because the Charlayans are prepared to put him in charge even though he's an unrefined geezer. That's true. IMAX always sells out first in your city. That's interesting. I think it's because a lot of people here have cards for the cinema that give them discounts, but you don't get a discount on IMAX. So people are like more willing to, like, they don't really want to go to IMAX because they don't want to spend the money because they've already spent the money for their subscription, which is the same as me. I don't really want to go to IMAX. I only go to IMAX. Like, I've been to IMAX 2 times, and it's both been for anime movies because that was the only option at my cinema. They didn't have a standard option. Also, I don't really know if I want to see Wicked in IMAX. I feel like that's going to be really loud. When I saw Demon Slayer, it literally, like, blew my eardrums out. Well, not literally, but, like, I felt like it was going to do that. I don't really want to see... I don't want to hear, like, no good deed goes unpunished! No. 4D! No! No! They do have that option, though. Let me see if there's any availability. I just want to see it in standard. Why is it so busy? £7 for 4D. 4DX VLD 3D. Why is it written like that? Is it dead? Shimura? Let me know. Welcome in, how are you? Is this gonna be the 3rd release? No, it's a... Well... I suppose kind of technically, because the first release being the theater version, yes. But it's the second part of the movies. And the movies, the 2 of them together make the theater version. Dead Ishimura, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, the 4DX also has some availability. But, like, I don't want to go to that. I just want to go to standard. Isn't IMAX more expensive? Yeah, it's £5 more for me. Whereas if I went to just see it in standard, I wouldn't have to pay anything because I pay for my subscription every month. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Also, you might have noticed I have like no battery on my phone, and it's because I was playing TFT. I'm back playing TFT again. I'm addicted to TFT again. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, and who might that be? Who? Oh, that's for me to know and you to find out. Oh, and on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. You haven't seen a movie in theatre for years now? Yeah, I used to go to the cinema a lot when I was in university because I had a cinema card then, like a subscription. Oh no, not meanwhile, in older. And then I stopped because of COVID. And then I just stopped for years. And then I recently was like, I want to start going to the cinema again. So I got a cinema card again in September.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud.
It basically pays for itself if you go see one movie a month.
Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and brass blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames.
We have an ad about to start, by the way, for anyone
watching
watching ads.
Surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping
Beats
in
in
the
this music.
Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and good speed.
Oh no, not another meanwhile. Oh, are we going to like the 3 original places? You're never a big moviegoer? I went a lot when I was in uni. We would do, because we all had these like subscriptions. We would all go like see like 2 or 3 films in a day, just like back to back. It was so good. I also once went to like
fielded a goodly number, but our ranks
a
are
back-to-back
heavy with
screening
healers,
of
and an abundance
the
of
Back to the
restorative
Future
magics
movies.
will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses.
But we left midway through the 3rd because we were like
Still,
so tired because it was
has never
after
been
midnight.
thus with Gridania.
And then we went
must
clubbing.
Steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
We were so tired. And then we went clubbing.
Might I suggest taking us along?
Slayer.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud.
True. My god, that was so long ago.
I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this
Almost
fight
2
together.
years ago I was playing that. Crazy. Almost 2 years since I started drip marketing.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing.
Oh. Last movie you remember seeing in the cinema was the Joaquin Phoenix Joker movie. I've never seen either of those. I heard the second one is bad, but the first one I didn't like the, like, it was too overhyped for me. In the set, like, it just put me off it. I often get put off things when they're really hyped up. Oh my god! Am I gonna see my man? Stop. Pause.
There you are.
Not these two. I don't want to see these two.
We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Did I see the second one if you heard it was a musical? Oh, is that horse chiffon? Oh. Yeah, I love a good musical, but I feel like that does not need to be a musical.
A dragon's roar.
What's going on? What's going on? Excuse me. You can't just leave me there.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine.
This guy always reminds me of the three blind mice from Shrek.
For aid. Is that
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that.
Wow, we're seeing everyone.
To ask, you see.
Oh no, I don't want to see. I hope we don't have to see Marilyn blowjob. We didn't have to see Marilyn blowjob! Oh, wonderful. I love this. Oh, beats, man. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and why did I was trying to say recycled sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they've arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha, you've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegan technology. You there, the lad with the red ears and matching hair. You seem to me know more than the average scholar. Mr. Swollen Tongue himself. Ha, if only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we go help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to carry favour. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarise ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? He's a proper geezer. If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlene Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah, that lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Sometimes when I play this game and I'm reading the text, I'm like, do I even speak English? Like everything, sometimes things just come out my mouth, my mouth, all garbled. Case in point. Party time, welcome in, how are you? They come out my mouth from Fire Emblem. Words are hard. God. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration. Scholar I can't remember how to read this. Want to shine? Mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Helping with the Ark, even with all the power Master Coco's managed to squeeze out of the Aether Burner. Still not enough, apparently. Now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying and there will be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan and all will be well. Hi, my name is Silken Grin. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Aether Burner? Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. A lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Welcome back, May. Have you got cooking class tomorrow? I'm gonna guess it's over here, because there was one on one side. Oh, you're having a Christmas market at work. Ooh, very fancy. Hope you get some good stuff. Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so it'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Oh, you're selling what you make? You usually tend to sell for a lot? Whoa. Interesting. Don't tend to sell for a lot because we're not allowed to. Oh. Fancy meeting you here, Zoila. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which is quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is the Theris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do, until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Wouldn't that be fun? I forgot, y'all, look what arrived today. I got a Mochi Full card. If you would like to get a photo card of Hope, Like this yawning one. You can get one with channel points, or if you do 5+ gift subs. Actually, I need to sort these out. They're all a bit of a mess. Because I've got other ones as well.
International.
The yawning one was cute. She's so cute. There's also this one. I like this one. She's like a little shark on the bed. A tour of Labyrinthos? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be the best interest to have the Loporits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Shirleyan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvellous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's it over yonder? You mean this great big what's it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's it. I shall leave its explanation to Delilah. For anyone who doesn't know, Whatsits are just cheese puffs. I think they're like Cheetos puffs, basically, for Americans. We also have Cheetos here, but like, they don't do like the crunchy Cheetos. They just, I don't know what they do. They're not really big here. Whatsits are the big thing. And like, you know, like Flaming Hot Cheetos, like the crunchy Flaming Hot Cheetos. We have those, but they're Whatsits. I don't know why. Okay. Yeah, flaming hot Whatsits, exactly. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics, it's positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera as well as zoom. Okay. I don't know why I read that out loud. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? Must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. You like what's this, but you're more of a knick-knack guy? I fucking love knick-knacks. That looks like the trees in Great Ensvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. That makes sense. That's where they store the water. I just get whatever's on offer in Tesco, so Whatsits were on offer this week and I was like, you know what, I'll get some Whatsits. Knickknacks are so good. Especially the... Wait, what flavor are they? Spicy? Curry? I can't remember. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Loperites, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Elvino spoke on the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logistic and Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loperites will share his appreciation for their engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlayan Hamlet. I shall lead the way. Well, you know what they're going to have to do? If they're going on this great big journey in a spaceship with limited water, they're going to have to distill pee. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confinements of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think that what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth. Loperites may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logistic and Alpha? For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, into the water extraction. What's it? We need the bunny people as a playable race. Could be the second short character. That would be quite funny if they had the Loperites and the Vieira, and like, because it's like you can choose between giant bunnies or very short bunnies. Imagine they made male Vieira Loperite sign. Fucking hell. That would be funny. It is interesting that they don't have any other short races. Maybe that'll be coming. Burning Anala? Should go see a doctor for that, mate. Oh, I've angered another random one. Go away. Oh, Jesus, I'm gonna die. Can you leave me alone? god. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction Watson is worth these harrowing experiences. All are part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Where is a soothing anasola? Oh, I can't go that way. Ah. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logistica Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. Marvelous, simply marvelous. This is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder. Thank you for the hydrate, Sophia. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Oh, I know. The constant source of pain in my life. Oh, that's so ugly. Actually, no. No, it's not, actually. The tights are ugly, but I quite like the skirt and the top. I just wish I could get rid of those tights. Oh, wait. Is that the part of the same thing? Hold on. Oh. Oh! Oh! Well, that's quite slay. I'm not gonna wear it right now, but I kind of like that. Anyway. It's giving wench. Oh, I can't put... Okay, we guess we're wearing this now. It's giving tavern wench. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Agronomics. As I imagine Singing Ray and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, would thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself, not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Let us brook no further delay. I truly thought I was free of these friggin' bunnies before, and I was not. The game baited me. Whoa. Scarlet's huge. Oh, not that way. This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who can help themselves to farmers' crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Huh? Not pies! Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Do you want to go to the moon? Oh, don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us, but no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment, so many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? Oh, I know what these are. Grapes. Yeah, they're squapes, actually. They're not grapes, they're squapes. Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The texture is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion of grapes? Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the colour? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps that's what I'm looking for. Bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavours, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvellous though they are, still in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Ooh. This is really slowing me down, honestly. We had all of Elpis, and now it's like fucking funny fetch quest. It's not a fetch quest, but it feels like a fetch quest. We're really slowing me down here. That colour, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Why did they put this here? Ugh, it's so hard and flavourless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms that these are nothing more than misbegotten failures, masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop! Can't you see they are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favourite dishes for as long as I can remember. But perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Oh no, is it lemons? Oh, it's going to be lemons, isn't it? Yeah. Cooking Way's going to freak out. What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavour to match. As I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. My tongue! Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I'd best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamoured with the cooked grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. And then there was the lemon. The deceiver. I still feel so vilely. Did we all try a lemon when we were younger? Like, put your tongue on a lemon? Haha, first time was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one. So I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Oof! Bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. You love lemon? I'm more of a lime person. I'm not so much a lemon person. Although I love lemon in cakes. Weird noise. This is... delicious! Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilised so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. Like, I love a good lemon drizzle cake. I love a good lemon and poppy seed muffin. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonised over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Oh my god. Delilah. Your bobbies. They look massive in this dress. Mankind, the Loporits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall, for perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. So true. See, look, they look massive. Part of my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetherius' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? The Far East has oodles of noodles. Would there be time to visit? The more I learn of Aetherius, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. It's alright, we're gonna kill the emo bird. Delilah, I trust thy time at Mariel Agronomics did bear fruit. He was like, I hate to do this pun. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlaine Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every loperet there. Should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Oh my gosh, it's nearly midnight. This will be the last quest today. How many streams do y'all reckon I've got left? I'm guessing like maybe 3? Maybe 4? Yes, Delia, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetherius at Logistic and Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? They're verdant, at least. The trees of Dravania stand particularly proud. Gasp, gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. 3 seems about right, maybe 4. You know, 3 would be good, because I only have 2 Thursdays left of the year for stream. And I could do, like, if it is only 3 left, so I'd do the 11th and the 18th, and if it's 3 and you think I could definitely do it in the 3rd one, I could do the 19th as like the big finale. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. And then we're done it in 2025. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here. Despite news of the coming end, we have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. But me, be of use to people? I'm honoured that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? 'Tis as good a place as any. Come. Can they please give me some voice lines? I'm dying. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlayan ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that is a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it into the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or on the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aether Burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and dost thou hold the power to allay his fears? Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loperates to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Delilah, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succour. Pray seek thee out of the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loperate. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loperate, and every Loperate in their place. I'm thinking I might take a Friday off before Christmas, because I have to work, like, during the festive period. Not working on Christmas, but I have to work, like, the week of Christmas and the week after Christmas. I'm thinking maybe I take the 19th off. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Seems this Gleaner is too busy to chat for his benefit or otherwise. Okay. Because that would give me, like, time to, like, do stuff before Christmas. Maybe also the Thursday. I don't know. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with, truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars, or God knows what made by God knows who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Oh my god, I have to speak to 8 people? Holy shit. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a Voidsant's played at it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. Okay. Oh my god, I still have more. I thought I'd be one of the 8, but no! There's so many, y'all! My face? What's wrong with my... Ow, perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loperates in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clues as well. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the Aether Burner make our original estimates unfeasible? But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Halfway there, living on a prayer. Good God. Why is it 8? How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed to pluck out some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. Okay. This woman's doing better than you are. That's funny. Blasted assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. It seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine...
Welcome to hell, bitch!
Thank you for the follow. The Loperates are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods. Irascible. Never heard that word before. Capricious. I've heard that word, but I can't remember what it means. You. Yes, you idiot. What the fuck? Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. You mean... For God's sake. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt there'll be more in the help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. What an arsehole. He reminds me of someone on holiday. When I went on holiday, we went to a street party, right? And it was arranged by the hotel, and you had to like pay the hotel and they would sort it out for you. And they were like, you need to keep this receipt. They said to my parents, you need to keep this receipt. And there was someone who was on the bus who just didn't keep their receipt. I was like, oh, do we need it? It was like, they told you need it. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon, why did I not think of that? You know, also, people talk about how loud Americans are on holiday. You know who's also really fucking loud? Posh Londoners. They're so loud. Like, oh yeah, when I was in that business meeting with Tom from accounting the other week, I was like, you don't need to scream. Aha, ha ha. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive. Okay. This one's beyond our help. It's funny. Oh my god. Where are the other two? Help. There's one. "56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds, rip one out, add to the bird, 56 bunches of weeds in the ground." I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all. So I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that sounds a much better way to relax. Okay. One left. Where are they? Oh. Hyperventilating. That sounds promising. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? No, it's just a panic attack. Oh, Do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the holiday design buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and doing all mankind, and that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely, highly... Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. I did not expect this to go as long as it did. Classic 14 experience. Behold, Delilah, through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos, verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Living Wade doth gather more loporits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skill, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. I'm still not done. Please don't. Please talk. Someone talk, not me. Oh, finally.
Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Neither have I.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
That's a little bit offensive.
After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there.
Oh there.
There was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida.
I know
Charlion's foremost
but you
researchers in the field of
call him
teleportation magic.
that.
And Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh no.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Arthur, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Oh. I'm that rabbit.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you.
Oh.
Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
This is really sad. I feel like this is really good closure for him, though.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing
Like
the
he's
company
needed
of books
this.
over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
Oh.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope. And
Hope?
love.
She's on the floor.
ambassador. She was important to him, wasn't she?
Yes.
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Oh, Delilah, be assured that I'm fine. I am. Feel glad to see them too after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company, as difficult as it was to accept their kindness. It would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Okay, so perfect timing because I've had an ad threatening me for 15 minutes now and I keep delaying it and I want to end stream and I didn't want the ad to happen as I was ending stream. So let me just quickly exit the game and find someone to raid. I'm like, whoa, that's loud. Why is that so loud? Anyway, let me find someone to raid. Thank you so much for watching stream with me. Watching stream with me? Joining my stream. That was a lot. I need some time to sit with that one. But I'm glad he got his closure there with Moonbreeder. I also really loved the scene that we had at, what's it called? I forgot what it's called, but where Xenos showed up. That was good. Oh my god. Esther's live. What the hell? Let's raid Esther. My sister wife. I wasn't crying and don't call me Christy. I was just emotional. I wasn't crying. I was just like, Why is my raid button not working? Come on. There we go. Ow! Jesus, Hope. Like that he tries to prepare for earlier in Endwalker, but instead it gets thrust upon him out of nowhere while he's absolutely thriving and leading the room. I know, that is funny. Anyway, here are the raid messages if you're joining the raid. Esther's, I think, doing some manicures. Oh, classic. Thanks, James. Here is my Discord if you want to talk off stream. My YouTube where I post K-pop and K-drama reactions. My gaming YouTube. I'll be having it tomorrow, playing some Ghost of Yote. I appreciate y'all so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. If you are an American person, I hope you... Oh, I'm out of frame on my vertical stream. If you're an American person, I hope you have a lovely day with your family, if you're with family, or with your friends, if you're with friends. Whatever you're doing today, I hope you're having a nice day. Yeah, I appreciate everyone. I'll hopefully see you again soon. Goodbye!